welcome back. You're watching an annular solar eclipse on timeanddate.com, and we're looking at the moon taking a bite out of the sun live from Odessa, Texas in the USA, and from San Diego, California in the US. So the eclipse is really progressing right now, so it's looking beautiful. And we have someone special with us. We've got Angela Perez. She's in Ronaldinho, yep, Colombia, and she is the astronomy coordinator at the planetarium and president of the Colombian Astronomy Network in Colombia. So let's bring her up on the screen. And there she is.
Hello, Graham, and hello, everyone.
Hey, hello, good morning, Angela, and thank you very much for joining us on Time and Date.
Thank you, Graham, and thank you very much for Time and Day to allow us to be here with you sharing this special day, because for Colombians, we are very happy to see the sky, the sun with the moon, and we are very excited.
Wow, that's fantastic. And thank you for sending us telescope images there from Colombia today. So, Angela, you are about 1 hour, 15 minutes away from the start of the partial eclipse there in Colombia. Where exactly are you today?
Well, I must to tell you that I ran a lot of kilometers since Medellin to Tuluá, looking for the best place to see the eclipse. So I get between Tuluá and Buga, a very special place to see the eclipse. So I'm like in the 6 degrees latitude north, very near to the equator. So we're very happy here. My mistake, 3 degrees above the equator line.
Wow.
Yeah, excellent. Okay. And what kind of area are you set up in today?
I'm in the department we call like your states. We call here departamentos, departments, and it's Valle del Cauca. One of the municipalities that is called San Pedro, between Tuluá and Buga. There's a very beautiful song that you can find it that calls Valle del Cauca from Nietzsche. It's a salsa. Probably if you want to dance with the municipalities, you can find that one. You have to look Valle del Cauca.
Okay, we'll be dancing after the show, won't we, Graham? Oh, that's awesome. And how are your preparations going, Angela? You're still a bit out from first contact and from annularity where you are.
Yes, the preparation of the astronomy groups in Colombia is ready. We are more than 80 locations. We have confirmed all of them. They're gonna have solar activities with observation workshops for kids. I mean, the Colombian Network Astronomy are ready. It includes astronomy clubs, amateur astronomy groups, planetariums, and observatories all over the country. For instance, the Planetarium of Medellin will host an event on the terrace and also in the Deseos Park, where Excalibur, one of our astronomy amateur groups, are going to give the solar classes that we receive from Astronomers Without Borders. I mean, in Colombia, there are many groups organized by many different departments. We have like 32 departments, and we have activities in most of them.
That sounds a lot of fun.
Yeah, wow, yeah, it's that's amazing work you have been doing preparing for this eclipse in Colombia. Angela, you mentioned there about Astronomers Without Borders. Anna, Astronomers Without Borders are old friends
of us,
of Time and Date, and yeah, we've been working with them for many years, and Angela, I know you're one of the key people within Astronomers Without Borders, and they really have given some great help and support to Colombia and other places with their solar eclipse glasses program.
Yes, yes. Thanks to them, to Astronomers Without Borders, Sue, and all the team in Astronomers Without Borders, because in our meetings, we have one meeting each month. They told us that they can give us to some places glasses. So I organize the way to bring in to Colombia, because Astronomers Without Borders donate that. Thank you very much, because they give us 12,000 solar viewers for Colombia. So I had to organize the sponsors to do that real in Colombia, because the glasses must to travel more than 3,000 kilometers to came here. So, for instance, Nicolas Aguirre, the Office of Astronomy for Outreach, and the Minister of Science and Technology here in Colombia helped me to bring the glasses here, and then we distribute it by different places here in Colombia. 12,000 glasses are in the hands of 12, more or less 12,000 families that are going to enjoy the eclipse in the safety way with the solar viewer. So I'm really happy for that.
Yeah, that is
Thank you
wonderful.
to
That's
Astronomers
really
Without Borders.
giving so many people the opportunity to enjoy the eclipse who otherwise might not have the chance. That's wonderful stuff. And yes, Astronomers Without Borders really are doing some fantastic work.
And it's worth mentioning that these
Yes,
glasses are
yes.
recycled. These glasses are from the 2017 eclipse in here in the US, and they have been vetted and cleaned and made sure that they're safe before they've been sent to Colombia. So that's pretty amazing that things are being reused as well.
Absolutely, yes. And you've been working with Astronomers Without Borders in preparing people in Colombia for the eclipse as well, Angela.
Yes, we prepared trying to teach them how they can make cajas, boxes for the secure observation as well, how to use the glasses, how they can, for instance, make different type of filters. Look what we did with some materials, of course, with a safe ISO filter. They can use something like that to also cover all the face. Many different activities, also where to go to see the annularity if they want to move the city from city. It was very nice. And also, because I went to Houston this year, like on March, I found there to Rachel, and with her I was talking to the eclipse, because I wanted to have a map for blind people. And NASA and Cassandra helped me to do the map for Central America and South America, and NASA give us the opportunity to have the map here in Colombia. So we also distributed that map in order to let the blind people to see the or to feel the configuration of the eclipse. And now I hope many blind people is ready to feel the sense of an eclipse. So because today is a very special day. This is the boxes
Absolutely.
we did.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that's fantastic. And well, hey, Angela, you have just over 1 hour until the partial eclipse starts with you. So we are going to let you carry on with your preparations and carry on getting ready for this. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk with us this morning, Angela.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you very much. I'm really happy to meeting you, to meet all your team, the team of Time and Date. We're really happy. Anytime you want to came to Colombia, don't hesitate. I will be ready for you here to teach you our planetarium in Medellin and our country. It's amazing.
Thank you so much, Angela. Now, we have been looking at pictures from Angela's pictures from Roldanillo, just above her there while we were talking to her. We're looking at beautiful pictures from Roswell, New Mexico, and from Odessa, Texas. We've got the sun being covered by the moon there. The moon's really taking the chunk out of the sun right now. So take a look at timeanddate.live. There we have more information about the eclipse, about what's happening, what's coming up, about the timings. So go and have a look there. And we are going to be back here as well soon.
A preferida por 9 entre 10 brasileiros. Só Havaianas é Havaianas.
You're watching an annular solar eclipse on timeanddate.com. I am Anna Buckle, this is Graham Jones, and we've been at it for an hour and a half now, and we still have, let me do my math, 4.5 hours to go? Yes! So we're still in for a long run. We're still in the partial phase of this eclipse. We're still 17 minutes, 15 minutes out of like first annularity that we hopefully will be seeing from Klamath Falls in Oregon. We're looking at some gorgeous pictures here from San Diego, California, USA. They're going to have a partial eclipse there, 68% partial. What do you reckon? Are they closing in?
Yes, we are approaching maximum eclipse in San Diego.
So we've got some lovely images from Bluff in Utah there, and also from Roswell, New Mexico, from our colleague Jeremy, who's just across the way here from us. Now we've got our timeline on the screen. It's still our little dot that I promised would start moving. It still hasn't started moving yet. It will start moving as soon as the first annularity happens. So we're very close to that starting moving. We're also going to have a map that's going to pop up when we're off the screen. It's going to pop up in the corner where we are. That will show the path of the eclipse and the speed it's going at and where the annularity is at that moment. So that's going to be really helpful for our viewers. And first to see annularity is Klamath Falls in Oregon. We've got our fingers crossed for Jim there. So far we've seen some tries. There's a lot of clouds. He's there at the Running Y Resort at Klamath Falls, and we're hoping we're going to get a little bit of annularity from him. I'm sure he's quite frantically trying to get this going for everyone back there. So the moon shadow is racing across North America. Annularity will happen quite soon, and in Roswell and Odessa they will actually overlap just a little bit, so we're excited about that, and it just shows how fast the moon's shadow is moving, Graham.
Right, so far today all that we've seen is the moon's penumbral shadow. The penumbral shadow is the kind of the half shadow where the moon is covering some of the sun but not all of the sun. Now when we get to annularity, that is involving something called the moon's antumbral shadow. Now, in the antumbral shadow, the moon is still not completely covering the face of the sun, but it is being silhouetted against the sun and forming this ring of fire. So the map that will appear on the right of our screen when annularity begins, that will show the moon's antumbral shadow as it races across North America and South America. This antumbral shadow will be touching down in the Pacific Ocean in a few minutes. That's when annularity will begin worldwide. And then it races off across the globe, following the path of annularity, this narrow strip across the globe, about 200 kilometers or 130 miles wide. And that's where the ring of fire will be visible today. And we're saying that the shadow will be racing across the globe. I mean, as sort of a good illustration of just how fast the moon's shadow will move is to take the example of us here in Roswell and our second time and date team in Odessa in Texas.
We sent them off yesterday.
We did. So we've been here all week in Roswell. We've been enjoying beautiful blue skies.
Blue skies.
Yeah.
Warm temperatures.
Warm temperatures, blue skies. But when we've been studying the weather forecasts, depending on the model that we were using, Roswell was anything from 0 up to perhaps 30% chance of cloud cover. Whereas in nearby Odessa, just across the border in Texas,
0.
Yeah, on all models, it was showing just a very small percentage chance for cloud. So we sent Stefan and Konstantin off yesterday. Roswell to Odessa, it was, what, for them it was a 3.5 hour drive. It's about 200 miles for them, about 320 kilometers in a straight line. It's a little bit less. But yeah, yesterday it took them well over 3 hours to make the drive. Today, the moon's shadow is going to do the same drive, but it's going to cover it in just 5 minutes. The annular eclipse will start here in Roswell at 16:38 UTC, as it says on our timeline on the left.
So 30 minutes from now?
30 minutes from now, exactly. And then just 5 minutes later, the moon's antumbral shadow will reach Odessa in Texas. So yeah, the shadow is racing across the map at around about 2,000 miles per hour.
That's insane.
Something like 3,500 kilometers per hour. So yes, Roswell and Odessa is a good illustration of just how quick the moon's shadow is moving today.
It's moving super fast, and the sun is also moving super fast. We're finally getting a little bit of sunlight glowing here on our little canopy here, and we're warming up fairly soon. We're going to warm up a little bit more. We keep running out of our tent, putting our eclipse glasses on, protecting our eyes, looking up at the sun and seeing the moon eat away at the sun there. We're very excited up this end as well. I can feel that. I can feel it bubbling. I'm excited. So please stay tuned. I've got my fingers still crossed for Klamath Falls that we're going to get some annularity from there. If not, we're definitely coming up to annularity in Roswell and Odessa. The reason you can't see Odessa on that timeline is that they're so close together that we just squish the names together. So we decided to stay with Roswell. So stay tuned. And while you're waiting for us to come back, you watch timeanddate.live on there. We've got reactions to the eclipse. We've got social media. We've got stories behind the scenes. There's all kinds of fun stuff to look at there. So we will be back soon. You're watching an annular solar eclipse here on timeanddate.com. We're live from Roswell, New Mexico, and things are, I'd like to say heating up, but they're kind of cooling down as the moon covers up the sun. But we're getting frantically excited here. And I'm thinking they're super frantic up in Oregon in Klamath Falls, because we've been peeking behind the scenes at some images and they're struggling a bit. They're having some technical issues, but they should be able to be watching. They're probably wearing their eclipse glasses, looking at the annular eclipse, annularity, just as we're speaking here, because yes, they do. As far as we can see, they've got some clear skies to see it there, haven't they, Graham?
That's right, yes. So annularity is underway in North America. We can see from our moving eclipse map, which is on the screen just above Anna and me. So on that map, we have that sort of pinky strip running across the map. That is the path of annularity, the narrow path along which people can see the ring of fire today. And we have that red dot that is slowly moving its way along that pink strip. We say slowly moving its way along. It is moving at a colossal speed. So that red dot, it touched down in the Pacific Ocean. It's raced across to the west coast. It's now making its way from Oregon into Nevada, and just above it we have our telescope feed coming in from our friends at the Exploratorium, who are based in Ely, Nevada. They're getting very close to annularity there. After that, the eclipse is moving on down into Utah, and then it'll be arriving here in New Mexico. Will be the next to see. We've got our glasses ready, but we're going to be sitting here talking you guys through it as well, so we'll see how that goes. So yes, the annular eclipse is happening in North America. It is happening, and there are some things to look for at annularity, because people are going to be out there looking at this. And what are we looking for during annularity, Graham? Well, one of the big highlights at the beginning and end of annularity is Bailey's beads. Now, people might be familiar with Bailey's beads from total solar eclipses. This is where little beads of sunlight can be seen streaming through valleys on the edge of the moon's surface. The difference between a total eclipse and an annular eclipse is that in a total eclipse, these beads can be seen on the leading edge of the moon at the start of totality as it crosses the final bit of the sun. In an annular eclipse, the beads can be seen on the trailing edge of the moon. It's the trailing edge that is the last bit to cross the edge of the sun and form this ring around the moon. So yes, that is one of the highlights to look out for at the beginning of annularity. Cool. And we're waiting. We're excited about annularity coming up, and we will be showing them here on the screen. So we're going to go off and leave you guys with our moving map. It'll replace Graham and I here at the bottom. And please make sure to look at timeanddate.live as well. There's all kinds of stuff happening in the Time and Date live stream under there. So we'll see you soon.
and welcome back. You're watching annular total eclipse. No, that was just a mess, wasn't it? Annular solar eclipse. We've been frantically working in the background here. We've had problems both in Odessa and here in Roswell. Images falling out, and we've been crazy scrambling to get things going. So there you go. That crazy scrambling gets my mouth scrambling too. We're seeing the light levels go down here. We're seeing the shadows on the ground change into little crescent shapes. You can really feel like that the excitement is in the air and things are changing.
Absolutely. And we can see on the screen the cause of all of this. It is because we are just moments away from annularity and the ring of fire here in New Mexico. So the moon has been working its way across the face of the sun for the last hour and a half or so, and we are now just in the final moments before the trailing edge of the moon at the top of the screen here moves across the edge of the sun, and the sun will form a complete ring around the edge of the moon. That is annularity, the ring of fire. That is the big highlight for today.
It is, and we're hoping to see some Bailey's beads there on the trailing edge of that image.
That's correct. Yes. Meanwhile, in the top right corner of the screen, from a couple of 100 kilometers further down the path of annularity, we have the pictures coming in from Odessa, Texas.
That's the other team from Time and Date.
That's our second Time and Date team, and they are just a few minutes behind us.
The birds are going a bit crazy.
They are. I don't know if you could hear the squawking of the birds there. The light levels are really starting to go down here now in Roswell. It really is like evening is coming in. The temperature is
dropping.
It's dropping. I'm really feeling that on my skin. A big drop in temperature here. And yes, keeping an eye on the screen, we can see that the edges of the sun there at the top of the screen, those two horns of the sun, they are working their way towards each other, getting closer and closer, and they will very soon be touching and forming a ring. Just as they touch, that's when we may get the opportunity to see these Bailey's beads. That's the very final little bits of sun before it forms that complete ring, shining through little valleys on the edge of the moon's surface.
You can see there on our timeline, we've moved through Klamath Falls. The moon's moving through, projecting its antumbra, its shadow, onto us to produce this annular eclipse. Yeah. And I could just hear here on my air, I got interrupted by Gus in our studio back in Stavanger HQ. Camera is being adjusted in order to get the proper annularity here in Roswell. So hopefully, I'm crossing my fingers now. We've been looking at Jeremy sorting things out here in the background. And wow, there it is. There it is. And let's pay attention to this because it's close.
And there it is. That is the start of annularity here in Roswell, New Mexico. The sun has formed this complete ring around the edge of the moon. That is the entire moon silhouetted against the face of the sun. And we are beginning 4.5 minutes or so of annularity here in Roswell, New Mexico.
Yeah, and as we said, this shadow is moving so fast at the moment, and this annularity here in Roswell will overlap with annularity in Odessa, wouldn't it?
That's right. Before we reach the end of annularity in Roswell, it will be starting down the road in Odessa in Texas.
Why is it that it just kind of, I'm just imagining doing the circles kind of down the path. Why does it happen like that?
Well, we can really see that from that moving eclipse map that we have on the right side of the screen there. That bright red dot in the middle of the map, that is the moon's antumbral shadow. That's what's causing this ring of fire. At the moment, the middle of that dot is more or less over Roswell.
Yeah.
Roswell is about 30 kilometers or about 17 miles off the very center line of the path of annularity. So that's where we are now, almost in the very center of that dot. As the dot moves off Roswell on that map, it is already moved into Texas at the other end of that dot. So annularity is starting in Odessa at the same time that annularity is finishing here in Roswell. And we are round about the middle of the eclipse here. Because we're not exactly on the center line here in Roswell, we don't get a perfectly symmetrical ring. You would have to be exactly on the center line in order to get that symmetrical ring all the way around the sun. But we are very close. So that is giving us, I mean, right here, we are looking at more or less a perfect
a little bit
ring.
wider on one side there, but still pretty damn perfect, I reckon.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. And this is just a great reminder that the sun and the moon and everything in the sky is always in motion. It's always moving. We very rarely get to actually see things moving in the sky because it's such a slow and subtle movement. But here, over the course of 4.5 minutes, we can, of course, clearly see the moon moving relative to the sun.
You can see it thinning a little bit on the side now. We can see it moving.
That's right. So we're now into the final stages of annularity here in Roswell. The moon has made it nearly all the way across the face of the sun. Meanwhile, in the top right corner of the screen in Odessa, the whole process is about to repeat. We are getting very close to the start of annularity there in Odessa. That the two horns of the sun
are going to meet again.
That's right. Once again, they're getting closer and closer. So yeah, we're looking.
We're going to let Gus know to switch the images around. We're hoping to get that to happen quite soon, right?
That's right. I think at some stage we're going to swap these images over. But yes, we are looking at annularity coming to an end. The moon has just finished its travel across the face of the sun, and that ring will be broken very soon. Meanwhile, at the same time, in nearby Odessa, Texas,
oh, there you go.
There we go. Yes, right. Things are just about to begin in Odessa, Texas, just as things are finishing in Roswell, New Mexico.
There you go.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Annularity begins in Odessa, in Texas. So on that red dot on our map, Odessa is on the right side of that dot as it moves across North America, and Roswell is now just to the left of that dot as annularity ends here in Roswell.
We should remember to breathe, huh? It's just surreal, and what we're actually looking at is the new moon, and that's a bit funny to think about, isn't it? Because normally we don't see the new
moon. That's right. This is actually a perfect view of the new moon. As you say, Anna, it's the one moon phase that we never normally get to see because it happens when the moon is between the Earth and the sun. We are looking here at the dark side of the moon. It is the same side of the moon is always pointing towards the Earth, and how much of it is lit up depends on the moon phase. So at new moon, none of the near side of the moon is lit up. That's one of the reasons we can't see the new moon. But here it is, facing towards the Earth as the dark side of the moon. And there we are now. Now, in Odessa, there, our second time and date team is very close to the center line. Only about 2 kilometers or 1 mile from the center line. They're just, I think it's about 7 blocks south of the center line. So here in Odessa, we are getting a a perfect ring
Yeah.
there. That is really a perfect ring of fire.
It is for sure. And we've got 2 rings. That doesn't mean there's 2 rings of fire in the sky in Odessa, but we have 2 telescopes pointed at the sun and the moon at this time, so we get 2 different views of it. And also you can see the different colors depending on, like we were discussing earlier, depending on filter, depending on type of telescope, those things.
That's right. But even as we're speaking, Anna, we've now lost that perfect ring already. We can now see that the moon is moving towards the other side of the sun.
Oh, look at that.
And now here we are looking through one of our other telescopes here. Now we've got the exposure turned right up on this telescope, so that really is a ring of fire. That really is giving an idea of just how bright the sun is. We can see a lot of activity happening around the edge of the sun there. We can see some prominences at the top of the sun, on the right hand side of the sun.
Those are the yellow things sticking out.
That's right. That's right. That is plasma from the sun being flung out in loops around the edge of the sun.
And they have a bit of wind there. You can see it shaking around a bit.
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Yes, yes. This is.
Oh, okay. We just got told on our air again that Stefan, in our team in Odessa, is manually controlling this telescope in order to get us these images at the moment. So he's overriding all our mounts and our solar following equipment to get us these images.
So there we go, and we are now approaching the end of annularity in Odessa. That was 4 minutes and 50 seconds in total of annularity there. We're now working our way towards the end. Yes, this is about a 90% partial eclipse.
Yeah.
Here, that thin ring around the edge of the moon, that is about 10% of the sun's disk that is left unexposed during annularity.
This is my cue. This is my cue. Eclipse glasses. 10% sunlight doesn't sound like a lot.
Absolutely. Now, I think at the bottom of the screen there, now,
beads.
As the leading edge of the moon starts to break that ring, we're seeing the ring break up into small beads of light. That is Bailey's beads. That's because the edge of the moon is not a perfectly smooth circle. We have these valleys on the edge of the moon. So there, as the ring is being broken, and we can still see along the horns of the sun as the moon moves across the sun, we can see that there's little blobs of light and darkness in the pointy edges of the sun there. Again, that is Bailey's beads. Valleys on the edge of the moon, which are giving us this effect. We've got planes flying overhead. I think they've been out observing this eclipse. We've still got some dogs barking away in the neighborhood here. I'm not sure how noisy they are on the feed. A bit of chatter from the birds as well. Here in Roswell, the light is starting to come back. Just in the last few minutes since annularity ended here, we've seen the light levels start to increase here. And there in Odessa, we are back into the second partial phase of the eclipse, as the moon now starts to move off the face of the sun and uncover it once more.
So we're going to put our eclipse glasses on. We're going to sneak around the corner and have a look. We're actually at an eclipse location, so we're going to take a look with our own eyes, aren't we?
That's correct. Yes. And meanwhile, still to come, our timeline on the left of the screen there, the dot is moving its way down the timeline. So we've had annularity in Oregon and in Nevada and Utah, New Mexico, annularity now working its way across Texas. But we still have much more to come.
A lot more to come. We've got interviews coming up. We've got more annularities coming up. So it's worth hanging around for that. And also timeanddate.live. There's all kinds of stuff happening there. There's pictures, there's people's reactions, there's social media, there's stories of who we are behind the scenes here. There's stories of our partners. So go and have a look, and we will be back soon. Welcome back. You're watching an annular solar eclipse at timeanddate.com. We're on the ground here in Roswell, New Mexico, and the sun is coming out again. The temperature is finally warming up again. We've been freezing cold here. We've got the sun coming round us. We've been watching some beautiful annularities. Our friend Robin Higdon and her team from Exploratorium captured annularity awesomely there from Nevada and Utah. And we've also had 2 rounds of annularity up here on our big screen from our own team from Roswell, New Mexico, and then Odessa, Texas. We observed some beautiful Bailey's beads there from Odessa. Stefan adjusting his telescope so that we could capture that and some beautiful prominences. So it's been gorgeous. And Graham, what's happening on our live map?
Okay, so the state of play with the eclipse worldwide, we can see on our timeline on the left-hand side of the screen that annularity has finished in the United States, and we are heading towards the global maximum point of this eclipse. And on the right-hand side of the screen, just above us, Anna, we've now brought back our live map showing where the moon's antumbral shadow is right now. This is the small area of land which is experiencing annularity or the ring of fire right now. That's that small red dot in the middle of the screen. It's passed across North America. It's gone across the Gulf of Mexico. It's now over Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, heading into Belize. Then it will go through Honduras, Nicaragua, and out into the Caribbean Sea. That will be the global maximum point. On the map, just below the map, we do have some data there showing where annularity is happening now. We've got west and north coordinates on the left, and on the right, we have the speed of the moon's shadow. It has been slowing down.
It has.
When it was passing over Oregon, it was moving at a few thousand miles per hour, much quicker than it is now. As we get towards the global maximum point of the eclipse, it gets to its slowest speed. Solar eclipses, they start somewhere in the world at sunrise. They reach their maximum somewhere around midday when the sun is at its highest point in the sky, and then they end somewhere else in the world at sunset. So now the ring of fire is taking place around about midday as the eclipse passes over Central America. It will be an afternoon eclipse in Colombia and Brazil, and we still have that all to come.
All to come. Yeah. So we can see the annularity speeding through there, and it will hit Colombia, and we'll zoom the map in at the right spot once we get there. Now we're going to connect with Jim Todd. He's in Klamath Falls in Oregon. He was struggling behind the scenes to get the pictures up, and I'm hoping that he got to see the annularity for himself. Now, he's the director of the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry in Portland, Oregon, and he's at the Running Y Resort in Klamath Falls. They're hosting him there, so they've got a whole party going on in the background, we've been told. So we'll get Jim up on the screen and we'll have a chat with him.
Hey.
Hi, Jim. You look nice and relaxed.
Well, what a show we had here. It was just absolutely gorgeous. Clear skies, everything worked so well for us here. We're having a big celebration, but you hear the music in the background, and people are just celebrating what a sight we had. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. We beat the odds, and we saw a magnificent show. Beautiful ring. People were cheering, clapping. It was just by design what we hoped for, and we couldn't be more happier than the turnout. We had several hundred people here, and it was just music to my ears to hear the people cheering and what have you. But we had a great show here, so we got very lucky break. Could see the clouds are moving in behind me. It's just now starting to cover up, so the timing was perfect. As I told Graham, we beat the odds. we got it today.
Absolutely. Wow. Well, congratulations to everyone there, Jim.
Yeah.
That's wonderful news. You guys were the first to see annularity anywhere in the world today, so that's terrific. You're at a place called the Running Y Resort there in Klamath Falls. Could you just tell us a little bit more about where exactly you are today, Jim?
Yeah, we're in southeast corner of Oregon. We're just a few miles north of the California border. We are actually east of Crater Lake, and we're in what we call the rain shadow of the Cascades, which was beneficial for us, being able to get this wonderful sky that we had today. And so, Running Wild Resort, it's a beautiful resort with the golf course and everything. It was a setting for today, and we couldn't be more happier. And we had a viewing up at OMSI in Portland. We had nearly 1,000 people watching date and time,
Wow.
time and date on the screen. And so they were able to watch the event up there as well as down here.
Oh, that sounds really great. And you told us a little bit about how it was at Annularity, but how was Annularity for you, Jim?
I'm sorry, say that again, Ann.
How was Annularity for you? How was it to finally see the Ring of Fire?
It was just spectacular. I mean, it was clear, it was clean. It's a huge prominence that we saw on the hydrogen alpha. It's a huge prominence. We got a line tilt on the hydrogen alpha telescope, looking at that beautiful prominence that we're seeing on the sun. So this is my third angular eclipse, but this one is
Wow.
was a show dealer because it was so clean.
Wow.
Ah, that's fantastic. Wow, wow, what an experience. And Jim, when you're not chasing eclipses and when you're not helping explain things to people who are seeing annular eclipses, your day job is at the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry, and you do a whole great set of outreach and science communication work there. Could you just tell us a little bit about what the museum does for reaching out to the public?
Well, this is one to do that we go out to the communities and create the partnership and what have you, that we go to events that are happening in our own backyard. And so we do everything we can to promote the event, whether it's going to be at OMSI or in the state of Oregon. We try to go out there and offer the programming that we have because we have quite a following here in the state of Oregon. And the reason for that is that they expect us to do these kind of program offering, and they look to us. And we find every way that we can to promote and provide the unique science education that is involved in the eclipse. Now, after today, I heard so many people say, "What's next, Jim? Where are you going to be next?" And so that's great for us. And we have a unique partnership throughout the state with other astronomy clubs and what have you. So this is one of the highlights for me, both personally and professionally, that we get to do these kind of things, and there's nothing like it. That when we get people so excited about science, so get so excited about the eclipses. No wonder that we have millions of eclipse chasers. We had it in 2017. Now we have 2023. I tell you, the crowd is getting big right now, Graham.
It sure is. Yeah, excellent. Great stuff. Great stuff. Jim, we know that there's a party started up there in Oregon. So we're going to let you get back to celebrating today's eclipse. Thank you very much again for joining us today.
Thank you, Jim.
Absolutely. It's a great pleasure working with you guys. And this won't be the last. I look forward to doing more things with you two again and again in the future. So let's look on the calendar and let's find out what we could do next.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're watching an annular solar eclipse on timeanddate.com. We're on the ground in Roswell, New Mexico, in the United States, and at the viewing spots around here in Roswell, I'm sure that they're getting ready to party. The eclipse is almost over, but is definitely not over here, is it, Graham?
No, it's really getting close to finishing here. We can see on the screen in nearby Odessa, Texas, only a tiny bit of partial eclipse left there until things have finished. But worldwide, we are only halfway through this eclipse. If we take a look at our timeline on the left-hand side of the screen, we can see that maximum eclipse worldwide was at 17:59 UTC. That was just 3 minutes ago. So the action is now moving into the second half of the global eclipse. The moon's antumbral shadow is heading towards South America, where it will be crossing Colombia and Brazil. In the top right corner, we have pictures coming in from Neva in Colombia. That's from our partners at the Medellin Planetarium in Colombia. So they are well on their way towards annularity in Colombia. And the partial eclipse will be starting soon in Brazil.
It will.
Now, in Brazil, we have pictures coming in from a number of locations. We've been very fortunate to be able to collaborate with the National Observatory in Brazil, where there's been a fantastic team of people putting together all kinds of preparations for this eclipse. And we are going to go now and have a chat with one of the key organizers of their efforts. Coming to speak to us from Carnaúba dos Dantas in Brazil, we have Ricardo Ogando.
Hi.
Hi there, Graham. Hi, and how are things? Great to be here.
Well, things are good. Yeah.
Good morning,
Yeah, wow.
good
So,
afternoon, and good night for now, for everyone around the world, right?
absolutely, wow. And you're there with quite a crowd, Ricardo.
Oh yeah, people
Where
are
are
really
you?
excited around here to watch the eclipse. We're on top of the Monte do Galo, aka the Rooster Mount. It's a very important place here. It's a place of pilgrimage. Many Catholics come here to worship Our Lady of our victories, and so it's a beautiful place with a nice view of the horizon, and people are very excited to be able to watch the eclipse today, even though it's a bit cloudy. I mean, this is pretty deserted place in Brazil, right? Pretty dry, and we are waiting for a miracle to just blow the clouds away.
So where are you in Brazil, you and your colleagues today?
So I'm here with Marcelo Domingues, a
Yeah.
seasoned eclipse chaser. He's from the Astronomical Club of Brasilia, and so this is just one of the places in Brazil that is watching the eclipse, right? The National
Yeah.
Observatory, or Observatório Nacional, as we call it, managed to organize a stream of observers all over the path of the annularity, right? So we have people in Amazonas state, in cities like Tefé and Japurá. We have also people in Pará, in Canaã dos Carajás, in Piauí. It's another state. We have Picos and Floriano. We also have in Ceará, Juazeiro do Norte and Sobral. I mean, we sort of reenacting the 1919 Sobral eclipse, right? I mean, we came all the way from Observatório Nacional. We had this sort of expedition. We had to climb the hill. I was lucky enough to get a motorcycle, to hitchhike a motorcycle up here. Cars are not allowed. but we had to carry all the equipment uphill. So we sort of reenacted the Sobral eclipse, and which was, of course, you all know about it. I mean, it was the key eclipse, along with the Prince Island, uh, to to validate the general relativity of Albert Einstein,
Yeah.
right? But so I just, and also we have as long as Sobral also Canaúba dos Dantas here in Rio Grande do Norte. Say hello, Canaúba dos Dantas. and, and and Parnamirim as well. And of course, right at the shore of Brazil, we have Natal and João Pessoa. Josina, it's will be awaiting us at the end. Josina, which is really the key person organizing this major effort
Mm,
that really
mm,
took over during the pandemic to have these
mm,
lives and have people broadcasting from all over Brazil to present astronomy to people all over Brazil. I mean, Josina Nascimento from the National Observatory is really the key person organizing this.
mm.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Yes. And yes, and thanks for mentioning, yes, that historic eclipse from 1919, where some very important scientific observations were made during a total solar eclipse in the area where you are now. That's terrific. And here we are, just over 100 years later, and you're about what, 20 minutes away from the start of the partial eclipse. Is everybody set up and ready to go?
Now, uh, Marcelo Domingues is, as you can see right here, he's trying to set his things up. We were challenged by the going uphill, so he's starting to set up. But from other places in Brazil, the people are ready to start observe. I mean, apart from any clouds that come in front of the telescope,
Yeah.
people around here
And what
are
kind?
also eager to get the glasses, the famous
Yeah.
glasses, and, and start looking into the sun safely.
And you've got lots of people around you, and that's what this is all about. What kind of outreach work does the National Observatory do on daily basis?
So the National Observatory, apart from being a research institute, right, in astronomy and geophysics, and also as has a historical role in set up in the legal time in Brazil, right? I mean, that's what astronomers used to do in the past, right? But now they use atomic clocks, and so apart from that, it has a grad student program in both these areas, and but also has a very strong outreach. After all, astronomy is quite dear to people, right? And so
Mm,
uh, we have this programs to really involve teachers, high school teachers, and into how to observe. They can land telescopes. It's a very important program. We also have what we call it's astro educators to also to give some sort of special formation to teachers. But this one that I just mentioned before, Céu em Sua Casa, which really took over during the
mm,
pandemic, is are these
mm,
lives, right? Where we show events. The first one was pretty awesome. The occupation by the moon, the occupation of Mars by the moon. We even used our 100 years telescope at the observatory to observe it, and was the first huge success. Tens of thousands of people, also then conjunctions, and of course, rebroadcasting time and date eclipses from all over the world where we could not reach. I mean, we would rebroadcast you and would be a huge success.
yeah.
And so it's a great honor. It's a great. I mean, it's amazing to be here and part of it, and broadcasting back to you the eclipse.
Well, it's an honor to have you guys on our show as well. We've really, really enjoyed all the preparations we've had with you and talking to you guys. And yeah, thank you so much, Ricardo. And we're going to let you try to set up the telescope there with Marcelo. So good luck with that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Good luck to everyone in Brazil today. We really hope that you get some good skies for a view of this eclipse. Thank you so much for taking the time to have a quick chat with us, Ricardo. And yes, good luck to everyone. What is it? Here we are. We can see on the screen that here in the United States, things are nearly finished. So our attention
Ciao, ciao.
is turning towards South America. And okay, there's everybody there about to. Okay, Eclipse will be starting there in a few minutes. So we are going to be back very soon with we hope a lot of eclipse action from Colombia and Brazil. So don't forget to check out all our resources, all of our updates on timeanddate.live. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and we will be back with you very shortly. Welcome back. You are watching the annular solar eclipse of October 2023 here on Time and Date. Anna and I, we're here in Roswell, New Mexico, where everything has finished. We had a lot of luck today. We had some clear skies. We had great annularity, great ring of fire, and lots of people across North America got to see a spectacular annular eclipse this morning. The action has now shifted southwards. Annularity is now heading towards South America. We can see from our live eclipse map there above us that the moon's ant-umbral shadow, where the ring of fire is viewable, it is now just entering Colombia, Anna.
Yeah, and we've got Neighbor Colombia here up on the big screen, and if I didn't know better, it looks like a crescent moon, but it's not. It is the new moon eating its way across the sun there in Neighbor Colombia. And if we're having a look at our timeline, I know we don't have Neighbor in there, but we do have Roldanillo Colombia, and it's quite close. It's we've got our UTC time down here, so at 18:34 UTC, that's in math is always hard for me, 7 minutes. We will be enjoying annularity there on our main screen from Neighbor in Colombia. Annularity is going to be around 5 minutes, isn't it?
It should be just a little over 5 minutes, around 5 minutes and 5 seconds.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yes, that's going to be the longest annularity we see today from our locations. Two reasons for that. Firstly, Neighbor is quite close to the global maximum point of this eclipse. We can see from our timeline on the left that the maximum eclipse worldwide, that came about half an hour ago over the Caribbean Sea. The moon's shadow does slow down around the global maximum point of the eclipse. But the other thing that is making a big difference to Neighbor is that it is quite close to the center line of this eclipse. It's about 23 kilometers, about 14 miles from the center line. You put those things together and
you get more than 5 minutes of annularity.
You get exactly right. Exactly that.
Oof, we just lost our image there. Let's hope that they can get it back. So we're going to leave you guys here. We've got lots more to come. We've got annularities lining up in Brazil.
That's right. And we've just seen the top right there.
Exactly.
The right partial eclipse is just starting in Juazeiro do Norte in Brazil. So we have, lots of eclipse images coming up from Brazil as well.
And we've got a beautiful sun there coming in here from Odessa, Texas. They're still streaming the sun, and it's just a gorgeous sight that as well.
Yes,
so we've got lots to look forward to still. Check out timeanddate.live. There we have lots of supplementary information to what we're saying here on the screen. Make sure to subscribe to YouTube to not miss out on our future live streams. So we'll see you back here very soon.
Welcome back to this annular solar eclipse here on timeanddate.com. We are into the final 2 hours of our show today. The eclipse has moved into South America on our moving eclipse map on the right-hand side of the screen, just above us. We can see that red dot. That is the small area on the globe where annularity is visible right now. It's crossing from Colombia into Brazil. We can also see just below the map, we have some data there showing the latitude and longitude. And we can see that we are, what is that, about 1.3 degrees north and going down as we watch. So the antumbral shadow of the moon is about to cross the equator into the southern hemisphere, and the rest of this eclipse will be a southern hemisphere eclipse. If we have a look at the speed of the moon's shadow on the right hand side, we can see that that is starting to go up as the shadow gets towards the end of the eclipse, towards the end of the path of annularity. It accelerates to incredibly high speeds as the eclipse draws to an end at sunset in Brazil. That's going to be around about a couple of hours from now. Now, on our screen, we have just been looking at over 5 minutes of annularity that came to us from the city of Neiva in Brazil. And well, Anna, how was annularity in Neiva?
Oh, that was intense. We were cheering on in the background here for our friend Michelle. She was working hard to bring us those images. So I was very glad that the annularity lasted 5 minutes so that she had time to get it back up again and show us that beautiful image of the moon crossing the sun. And here are Michelle's images again here from Neiva, Colombia. And wow, it's still looking awesome. It's still really looking awesome. We saw the Bailey's beads, and we just, yeah. I get a bit lost for words when it's so beautiful.
Absolutely, yeah. That was a terrific sight there. We still have lots to come, lots of partial eclipse and annularity to come from Brazil. In the remaining part of the show, we're also going to do a little bit of looking ahead to next year. Next year we have a big total solar eclipse that will be happening across Mexico, the United States, and Canada. Our time and date team is going to be in the city of Llano, Texas, for this eclipse. And coming up in a few minutes, we're going to be having a chat with Tony Guidros, who is the Director of Community Development for the city of Llano. And he's going to be telling us about some of the challenges that a small city has in preparing for the event of, the very unique challenges that a city has preparing for a total solar eclipse. So that's going to be coming up in a few minutes.
And we've got all of Brazil. There's loads of annularities coming up there. We're hoping we're going to get them all up on the screen. It's always weather permitting. It's always technical things permitting. That's how it is, live streaming eclipses. And speaking of the future, we're going to be live streaming a partial lunar eclipse in 2 weeks, not from Roswell, but from Time and Date HQ in Stavanger, Norway. So, yeah, we've got a lot to come. And all of that is described on timeanddate.live. We've got all the good stuff about our partners, about this eclipse, and also what is coming up in the next few years, weeks, all that fun stuff. So see you soon. we're looking at an annular solar eclipse here from Roswell, New Mexico. We're on the ground. The sun has come around. It's warming us up. We're finally not freezing here, and we're having a lot of fun. And we want to look a little bit ahead because we are going to go to Texas in April 2024 in Llano, Texas, in the US. Graham.
That's right. This is one of the biggest eclipses that's coming up in the next few years. A total solar eclipse across Mexico, across the United States, and across Canada. And as you say, Anna, the Time and Date team is going to be traveling to the city of Llano in Texas. And we're now going to have a quick chat with the director of community development for the city of Llano. This is Tony Guidros. And today he's at the Texas State Fair in Dallas, where he's busy promoting all things Llano and talking about the eclipse. And I think we can bring Tony up on the screen.
Oh, there he is.
There he is. Excellent. Hey, good afternoon, Tony.
Good afternoon, gang. Yeah, you kind of started breaking up there a little bit, but having a great time. And I'm also eating a large turkey leg from the Great State Fair of Texas this afternoon. I got a couple other people with me. Let's see if I can show you. This is Kim Webb, and this is Rebecca Flint. And they are some assistants of mine at the Llano Visitor Center and Chamber of Commerce. They're absolutely wonderful. They treat everyone like a cousin they hadn't seen in 5 years. They love on everyone. And we're here, yes, at the Great State Fair of Texas. It's a wonderful time. And just to let you know, we brought about 500 goodie bags with us and gave that away in around 2 hours. And in an hour and a half's time, we had given away 800 pair of Eclipse glasses.
Wow.
That's terrific. That's great work you're doing there today. Fantastic stuff.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
hey, Tony, we wanted to say firstly thank you very much for hosting Time and Date next year for the total solar eclipse.
Well, it's absolutely our pleasure in Llano, Texas to have you. We're actually honored that you chose to be in Llano, Texas. We're going to have an amazing time. Just, earlier today was a very small sample of what people can expect from the eclipse. The annular is something that we're able to see quite often. The Ring of Fire is something that is rare, but eclipses, you've seen several throughout your life. But what's coming in April of 2024 is an amazing, once-in-a-lifetime event.
And how are the preparations going? We've heard of some challenges that you've been having getting ready for the eclipse in 2024.
Well, so we have emergency management teams that are working on several things. The city has also been working to secure everything for our locals, because we do expect a large influx of people to come, as Llano is directly in the path of totality for 2024. So we have a bridge that runs right through downtown. It's an iconic Inks Bridge, and that is a little bit of a concern of ours because it's always a high traffic area. But we believe that our emergency management will take care of being able to take people to the hospital or any kind of medical that they might need. We're also working with the state of Texas and the governor, and hopefully he will help us with some of the Texas National Guard and American Red Cross to help us as well, because we do want to take care of everyone that comes to town. We will have 3 viewing areas while we're there. So at Badoo City Park is one area. We have around 88 camping sites, and it's right on the Llano River there. But then we have a larger spot at the John L. Kirkendall Arena and Convention Center there, where we will have more camping sites and a lot of RV sites. And then we have there's a fly-in opportunity in Llano for 140 planes to land, and then for us to bring people in. We have a website, which is Llano2024eclipse.com. If you'll go there, you can see some information. on the readiness that we're preparing for, and then also you can see some date and time information. We appreciate your website giving us the opportunity to put that information up. But there's a lot of tips. There's information about camping, shopping, dining, all of that. Our area restaurants are getting ready to serve a scaled down version of what their menu would normally be. And then also try to do some grab and go items. We do have medical that will be in each one of those 3 locations to rehydrate people should they get dehydrated. We also have food trailers that will be there, and just several other opportunities just to come and have fun as well. We want people to love Orlando, and we are
You're
absolutely
really,
excited
really getting things
about.
going, Tony, huh? Yeah?
Yes, yes, we
Wow.
are very excited,
Yeah.
very much so.
Wow, that is a lot of work going
Yeah.
on to
Yeah.
prepare for the eclipse there.
Well,
Tony, we know that you're.
another part of the festival. Okay. We'll also have the Llano Solar Fest, which is a kind of a 2-day music festival. We'll have 4 bands each day that will perform, and there'll
Wow.
also be some Eclipse. Um, let's see, how would I say? There's a guy who does several planetarium presentations, but he's going to do some Eclipse presentations. His name is Michael Albrecht. He is a scientist and geologist, so we'll have him there. And then we're hoping to also have Dawn Davies. She is an astronomer, come out and help us as well. So we believe it's going to be a wonderful time, and we're very
Sounds like
excited
a
to have
wonderful time.
you. We're happy to have you folks come and join us to broadcast live there as well. We're so happy and honored to have you.
Well, that's fantastic. That's terrific stuff. And Tony, we know you're having a busy day there, so we're going to let you get back to things at the State Fair. Just quickly before you
Well, let
go,
me show you.
what kind of things are happening there today?
Everything Texas. I got to show you this crowd. Woo! Yeah! You're on here in New Mexico there. Yeah! All right. There's people all over. Yeah, all right, all right. So everything is happening. I mean, it's unbelievable. I'll show you this side of folks right there. Yeah. You're live
Way.
on date and time. All right. So, but yeah, so everything Texas. Right now we're in the food court, and there's the giant corn dogs and turkey legs and live concerts going on every day. And there's a huge midway with a Ferris wheel and all that, and a lot of families, a lot of kids having fun, and just celebrating Texas. So that's what we do. One of the biggest states ever, so we got to play everything big in Texas, right? Like the big eclipse that's coming in April. That's right. That's right.
Well, we're
Thank you,
excited about
Graham,
coming
and thank
too.
you, Anna. Yes.
And thank you,
And I
Tony.
also have to thank Gus, who's the technical engineer that put all this together for us today. Thank you, Gus.
Thank you,
All right.
Tony. And
Thank you, Graham and
we're
Anna.
excited about seeing you next year so much.
Thank you. God bless you
We
both.
have
Yes.
we've got annularities coming up in Brazil from 19 forward and onwards. You can see it there on our timeline. They're going to come fast and tight and quick and beautiful. That's my plan. Go to timeanddate.live. There's going to be Eclipse goodness there. There's pictures, there's information, there's information about next year's eclipse. So it's going to be lots of fun. So join us soon for more Brazil. Welcome back. You're watching an annular solar eclipse on timeanddate.com, and we're on the ground in Roswell, New Mexico. We've been enjoying annular eclipse here, and it's over, but it is not over in Brazil. And annularities are coming up, and they're going to come thick and fast from about 1934 UTC. And why, Graham?
Right. If we have a look at our moving eclipse shadow map just above us on the right-hand side of the screen, we can see, first of all, we've got our longitude and latitude information on the left-hand side there. That's showing us that the moon's shadow is now in the southern hemisphere. On the right-hand side there, we can see the speed of the moon's shadow as it moves across the globe. And we can see that that is increasing. That number is going up as we look at it. The reason it goes up is because the moon's shadow is moving across the globe, but as it gets towards the edge of the Earth's surface curves away, so the moon's shadow strikes the Earth at a much shallower angle. It's why we can see that that red dot, which is showing where annularity is happening now, when we saw it towards the middle of the eclipse near Colombia, that was a very kind of circular dot. As we now get towards the end of the eclipse, that shadow is starting to stretch out as the Earth curves away from the shadow until eventually the shadow will skim off the Earth and lift into space, and that will be the end of the annular eclipse this time round.
Yeah, and we are waiting for these annularities across Brazil, and we're going to sit back and watch them come one after one. We know that some people are having clouds, some people are having difficulties, so we're going to make sure and hope and cross our fingers, like we're always doing, that we get a few of these annularities. When we were looking at the maps, our feeds just an hour ago, they were all up and running, everything was good. And now we're left with Juazeiro do Norte in Brazil, and hopefully the other ones will follow through. So go to timeanddate.live, check out what's going on there as well. It talks about what's coming up next. It talks about what's going on in Brazil, and we're going to lean back and enjoy the next 20 minutes of annularity from Brazil. So we'll see you soon.
Welcome back to this annular solar eclipse on timeanddate.com. And we are looking at annularity in Juazeiro do Norte in Brazil. We have just over 4 minutes of annularity coming from Juazeiro do Norte as the moon slowly makes its way across the face of the sun, creating the famous ring of fire as the moon is silhouetted against the bright sun, giving us this wonderful ring that we're seeing on the screen right now.
Yep. And we were lucky we had another arity before that one.
That's right. Just before this, we were looking at a beautiful annularity that came from Cana dos Carajas in Brazil. That image there, that came from the UFPA. That's a team from the Federal University of Pará in Brazil, and they caught a beautiful annularity there. All these images from Brazil today are coming via the Observatorio Nacional, the National Observatory of Brazil, and they have done an amazing job lining up these teams across Brazil to capture these images. So yes, we are approaching the second half of annularity in Juazeiro do Norte. The eclipse is almost finishing worldwide, Anna. We can also see on our live eclipse map on the right.
Looking funky.
It is. It is. The moon's shadow, that red area, which earlier in the eclipse was a very neat circle. It's now stretched out. Half of that umbral shadow is now in space. It's kind of skimming off the edge of the Earth. It's moving at a very high speed. We can see it's accelerating. It's around 7,500 kilometers per hour, 4,500 miles per hour. Those numbers are going up as we watch, as the moon's shadow slides off the edge of the curved Earth and heads off into space. And yes, annularity coming to an end in Juazeiro do Norte, and the ring is almost broken. I think it is broken now, Anna. And so that is the end of annularity there.
And we do see the sun come in and out of view there or sometimes on our screen, and that's because they're working really hard to align those telescopes all the time, making sure that the sun stays in the frame, because it's quite difficult to adjust your telescope when the sun's almost completely covered by the moon.
That's right. I mean, we can see here that the moon is moving relative to the sun. That's one of the great things about these eclipses, that we can see that movement. But of course, what we can't see here is that the sun and the moon are themselves in motion across the sky. And yeah, keeping track of them is quite difficult, especially when there's very little sun for telescopes to latch onto and track. So yes, tracking eclipses around annularity is a difficult job.
Yeah, so you guys saw us taking them on and off, trying to kind of make sure that we were showing that beautiful annularity. And the same was with Neva. One of our highlights of this eclipse show, I reckon, was 5 minutes and more, 5 minutes 5 seconds of annularity from Neva in Colombia, and that was provided by Michelle Mora, and she is one of our contacts in Colombia, and yeah, we're going to be talking to her very soon. So we're going to be back soon. Go and have a look on timeanddate.live and find more information about all our friends, all our partners, all the fun stuff, the pictures, the stories, everything is there. And we will be back with Michelle in a few minutes. you're watching an annular eclipse here on timeanddate.com. And we're on the ground in Roswell, New Mexico. The eclipse has been over here for quite a while, but it has still been going on in South America, and we have been following it with excitement and trepidation and all the feelings that come with eclipses. And we promise you an interview with Michelle Mora. She's an astronomer from Venezuela, and she works at the Planetario de Medellin. Is that correctly pronounced? I hope so. And we're very happy to talk to you. We're very happy to talk to you, Michelle. So we'll get her on screen now. There she is.
Hi.
Hi, Michelle.
Yes,
So
I'm
good
very
to
excited
see
to
you.
be here.
And congratulations on your amazing live stream of the annular eclipse.
Yes, we
Yeah,
were very excited and it was wonderful.
that's fantastic. That's fantastic. And yeah, thank you for joining us to have a quick chat after all the excitement today as well, Michelle. And yeah, tell us where were you today? And I know you had a little bit of a journey out from Medellin to get to your location today. How has everything gone over the past couple of days?
Yes, it was a travel that I couldn't imagine. So we started at Medellin and we went at 2 a.m. on Thursday to somewhere called Neiva that it's located in Colombia. And then we took a bus down a little, like an hour or somehow, down to a place called Rivera that is just below Neiva, so that we could have a little bit of more a better weather for the eclipse, because at Neiva it's very hot. There's a desert there, so we were expecting to be a little bit more comfortable. So that's where we are.
Well, that's awesome. And how was annularity for you? We were observing it and it was amazing. But we saw that you had some troubles as well.
Yes, right at annularity, we had a problem with the HDMI and it disconnected, and we were like running, and we were very stressed. It was a very, I was shaking, and I was trying to see it, but I was trying to talk to it with the people, and it was stressful, but an amazing 5 minutes.
Yeah.
They felt like 10 minutes for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It felt like it went really
Yes.
quickly and really slowly at the same time from our end. So
Yes,
we
exactly.
were just cheering for you.
Ah,
Yes.
fantastic. And Michelle, when you're not getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning and traveling to remote areas in Colombia to chase eclipses, you're part of the team at the planetarium in Medellin, and you do some amazing outreach work all the year round. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the activities that you do at the planetarium?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your words. So at the planetarium, I am leader of the astronomy and education part of the planetarium. So we, as a team, we are working with teachers so that they can share with their students the everything about astronomy. In fact, I didn't remember to tell you, but we did a contest this year that was called "How is the eclipse gonna show in your school?" And we used time and date that so that they could see how they were going to see the eclipse from different parts of Colombia, and they draw it, and we had three winners, and they all received sunglasses, special sunglasses for the eclipse. So that was one thing that we did somehow related to your to time and date. But am also a leader of the astronomy embroidery club at the planetarium, where we embroider everything about astronomy. We did constellations the first part of the year, and we are now working on an exhibit about women in astronomy. So it's very exciting, this work, and working with people and getting to meet people that are so invested emotionally and with time with astronomy. It's a great passion and thing to work in.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, the an astronomy embroidery club. That's a wonderful
I want to be
idea.
in that club. That sounds really
Yes,
fun.
you have to travel to Colombia. If you travel to
Yes,
Colombia, we can set it up. At least one lesson.
that's good. That sounds really good. Wow. So thank you so much, Michelle, for talking to us and for all your
Thank
hard
you.
work and
Yes,
for
it was
streaming the
amazing. It
eclipse.
was one of a kind experience. It was one of my first eclipse, so it was amazing. I have no words.
No, it does take your breath away and your words away in eclipse, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
So we're going to be back telling you about more amazing eclipses. There is a total solar eclipse coming up in 2024. There is a partial lunar eclipse coming up in 2 weeks that we're going to be live streaming here on timeanddate.com. So we're going to be back and tell you all about those. You can also read about them on timeanddate.live. So we'll see you back here soon. watching an annular solar eclipse here on timeanddate.com. We're on the ground, Graham and Anna here in Roswell, New Mexico, and we've been here for almost 6 hours, and we're running out of images of the sun. So this is the time for us to round up and tell you all about what is coming up. It's been a marathon of an eclipse. You've been watching the October 2023 annular solar eclipse, but we have more to come in 2 weeks, and we can take a look at our future live eclipses. Yeah, there we go. So we've got a lunar eclipse coming up in 2 weeks in Europe. It can be seen here, but it can be seen live on timeanddate.live or timeanddate.com. You can go and have a look at the eclipse there. We've talked a lot about the total solar eclipse coming up in April next year. We're very excited. We're going to be in Texas, and we will be live streaming that to you too. And there is going to be another annular solar eclipse just under a year from now in the southern tip of Argentina and Chile. They've got long countries and they get a lot of eclipses, lucky buggers. So remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, or check back on timeanddate.live to see all the stuff that's going on our website.
That's right. And going a little bit further ahead, Anna, we are kind of in a sort of a golden era for eclipses at the moment. There are some more spectacular eclipses coming up in the next few years. We can take a quick look at some future highlights down the road, and some of these future highlights, I think we can, there you go, we have them on the screen there. So after this run of solar eclipses that we have, which continues into next year, we go back into a great cycle of lunar eclipses and some total lunar eclipses, starting with a total lunar eclipse across the United States and many other parts of the globe in March 2025. After that run of lunar eclipses, we go back into another cycle of solar eclipses. In August 2026, we have a total solar eclipse across Spain. This will be the first total solar eclipse on mainland Europe since 1999. So that's going to be...
It's about time, huh?
So it's about time. Exactly. The following year, 2027, we have another total solar eclipse, which again passes over Spain. But one of the highlights with this 2027 eclipse is that it goes over Egypt, near the city of Luxor, where things align to bring up around 6.5 minutes of totality.
That's insane.
In Luxor, Egypt, which is getting close to the theoretical maximum duration for a total solar eclipse. And then the following year, in 2028, totality makes its way back to Australia. We have a total solar eclipse that will cross the Australian continent, including the city of Sydney, which will have totality in 2028. So a totally eclipsed sun over Sydney Harbour. There are some great highlights coming up with eclipses.
Yep. And we've come to that part of the program where we thank our amazing partners for letting us stream these wonderful eclipses to you. The ones happening now and the ones happening in the future. But for now, we're gonna thank the ones that were helping us right now. So let's look at who we've been working with. Yes. So in North America, we've been working at the folks at the Running Y Resort in Klamath Falls in Oregon. They've been setting up for this beautiful live eclipse show that they've been having there. Jim Todd and his team from the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry, we talked to him and he was having fun at his party after annularity. Gary Hawkins from the San Diego Astronomy Association, he gave us a partial eclipse from California. Robin Higdon at the Exploratorium had those beautiful images from Eli and Bluff. And Gene from the MSJP in Panama. We didn't use his feed at all. He was clouded out. So he's still on our thank you list here today.
Yes, and that was the North American side of things. In South America, we had some amazing pictures from there. Here's the sun still there in Neiva in Colombia. We are starting to get towards the end of the day now in South America, and we saw those images from Brazil there. The sun is getting very low in the sky. Things are getting very hazy on the horizon, and that's why we're losing all of our pictures of the sun here as we head towards sunset in South America. But these pictures from Neiva, and we also talked to Ángela Pérez in Roldanillo earlier on. They are part of the team at the Planetario de Medellín, the planetarium in the city of Medellín in Colombia, and they've done a great job getting us these images today. And we've had images from across Brazil, courtesy of the Observatorio Nacional, the National Observatory of Brazil. And we have to thank Josina Oliveira do Nascimento, Ricardo Ogando, who we talked to, Marcelo Dominguez, who we saw briefly in our interview there, and the rest of a very large team spread across Brazil today. So yes, just thank you so much. We're always so fortunate to be able to work with such amazing teams of people across the globe, and today has been a great example of that. We have two more thank yous to mention. One of them is to Khadija Ahmad and the team at the Dubai Astronomy Group. They have been in Albuquerque, New Mexico for this eclipse, and they've been very supportive to us and helping us on the ground here in New Mexico. They're also going to be a very big part of our next live stream in 2 weeks' time.
Only 2 weeks.
Only 2 weeks, when they will be giving us live images of the partial lunar eclipse in the skies above Dubai.
So we've got a lot to look forward to there as well. And last but not least, we want to thank Peggy Bolin and the Roswell Astronomy Club. They have been our gracious hosts here in New Mexico. They've been helping us out with everything we need: food, canopy, restaurant. It's beautiful conversation. It's been such fun to get to know the Astronomy Club and Peggy Bolin here. So for now, it's goodbye from us here at Time and Date, but we're going to be back in 2 weeks, and we're going to have our own party here in Roswell, New Mexico, and celebrate the 6-hour eclipse. See you back. At Time and Date, we look up into the sky. We bring you exclusive footage from eclipses worldwide. We take our mobile observatory to where the action happens. Hi, Stefan.
Hi, Anna.
We collaborate with experts and observatories across the globe to bring you the best view of celestial events.
And we ordered the Devil's Horn just for you.
Now, we have to say thank you very much for your images tonight.
We explain how and show why it all happens while answering your questions during our live broadcast events.
That is a meteor.
Find your home and even more details on Time and Date. And subscribe to join us next time.